Hello. How is everyone today? Welcome to the dev stream where we are going to be doing some more testing on Coppice. It is a rather fine Monday afternoon. I am very tired for some reason. Well, actually, no, I have a suspicion what the reason is, but we'll get into that later. But yes, we are going to be doing a lot of work on Coppice today, and then maybe a little bit more stuff on the overlay. Uh, see whether we can get the observatory into the overlay. Won't that be fun? So yes, I have been doing a little bit of work off stream, doing a few more tests. We'll probably try and get those finished now that I know what I'm doing with them, and then we'll probably play around with more testing. And then once that testing's done, we can do even more testing. And once that testing's done, we can do even more testing. Why? Because releasing software. Hey, Sinister, how are you doing today? Just as a warning, I have not rebuilt the stream, so the new only delete some bugs feature is not implemented. So if the stream gets chunky from bug throwing, all the bugs go away. But yes, so I have been having a fairly decent time. Yesterday, I managed to do some model painting. Then I managed to play some D&D, which was a lot of fun. Almost got killed by spiders, but didn't because my bard is awesome. And yeah, let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the reason I'm tired. So the reason I'm tired, I think, there's two possible scenarios, both of which lead to me being tired. And it all involves taking some tablets, because I need to take some tablets for various things. And some tablets are meant to take last thing at night, first thing in the morning, and then a third time during the day. Problem is, I went into my bedroom, and this was probably about an hour or so ago, and noticed the tablets on the bedside table. What are they doing there? Why? I mean, did why did I not take those? And more importantly, because I remember taking tablets out last night. I remember taking tablets out of the packet this morning. I actually mark on the packet like how many, like what days I'm meant to take the tablets. So it's like they're grouped into threes because I need to do them 3 times a day. So I know whether I have taken those. But that's usually because I take them out the tablet and then immediately take them. Why on earth would I take them out the tablet and put them on the bedside table? I genuinely do not know. So, I do not know whether I did not take the tablets last night and therefore had a bad night's sleep, which could explain because one of the tablets is meant to be for like pain in my like shoulders and arms, and my shoulders and arms were kind of painful last night. Or I could not have taken them this morning, and therefore I'm just getting like brain fog and stuff. So I may be kind of sleepy and not fully with it for the first hour or so. I'm going to wait about an hour or so and then take the tablets that I found, because if I didn't take them this morning, then I need to take them. And if I did take them this morning, then there's a big enough gap between when I took them and an hour from now to take them again. So I'm either taking my first dose of the day or I'm taking earlier second dose. I do not know which, but that's probably fine. It's fine. Anyway, enough of my memory banks being just scrambled as per usual. Let us maybe head over and do some work. Yes, I think we should head over and do some work. So if we zoom over here, through the door, and we will settle in. So I've been working on the model writer tests, why are these ones failing now? Oh, MV data, right. Yeah, I have started writing tests to try and get these working, and these tests were working last night, so I do not know why they're not working now. But yeah, I want to get these model writer tests finished so that we can at least get M3 data signed off as good. So we have 2 items. Oh, I know why. Because we're not because the peerless representation is not set. So I effectively need to do this just to make sure that they are there. So yeah, how's your day gone, Sinister? Have you been up to anything exciting or just getting more work done? What's the betting if I keep running this, they may pass sometimes. Not muted, sorry, I was just concentrating. Just trying to work out how to test this because I cannot order them. So I'm needing to just check that they exist. Oh, the music isn't playing. Why's... Oh, wait, no. Wait, where's Wavelink not open? Okay. Okay, so the music's playing now. Why was the music not going through Wavelink? Because everything was set up to go through Wavelink, so... Like, I shouldn't probably not have been hearing the music in my headphones unless it was going through. Oh well. This will all hopefully be. In fact, let's. Mac rumors. Is there any indication of a release date for macOS 13? What to expect from Apple in October from 2 days ago. So, no media event besides new things. When's the question share? I mean, oh, but yeah, so sometime this month it should be released, and when it is, I can switch over all of my audio stuff to using OBS and pulling the audio in directly. Then we shouldn't really have these problems. So when you have to deal with multiple apps all working together to get audio working, it is just such a mess, and there's so many points of failure for just everything to break. So it's far easier just to, well, not have those points of failure. Hey Snowtwig, how are you doing? Right, let's get this one in. So this is going to be animal IDs. There's animal 2. Coppice is going well, assuming that, yeah, that test now passes. What is this complaining about? No, I don't need that. Okay, so we've got all of these conversion tests, and for the conversion test, not the property conversion. Right, can I override? Oh no, that's a protocol. So it's not a stored property, so I can't make it one. got property conversions there. What could I do here? Property override. Make that optional. And if left. So if let property conversion override. Return property conversion override. Otherwise, return the basic one. So what that will allow us to do is I can now do converts model ID to string. I mean, that's technically already tested. It's only testing it as the ID. If we want it to be just any property. Okay, so what we will do is right. So we're going to create I'm yawning like crazy. Maybe I should have gone for a walk this morning, but I've not really, I've had that many different things to get done this morning. I haven't had a chance to go for a walk, which means I've not got any fresh air, which probably isn't helping being tired. Right. So $0.plist representation. First one will go in. Okay. But we're also going to want the expected, and then here we're going to do raw model ID property. So this is testing because the ID is not handled by the property conversions, it's handled normally. Even though we know from earlier tests that the model ID is being converted here, we need to make sure that if it's on another property, it is. Now, we already know these are happening, but we want these tests to confirm it, because if it breaks in future, we want to know. And the only reason so many tests have broken this time is we've done so many changes to the infrastructure. Where are we? Here we go. So for the model type, Okay. Got that in there, and we want the UID. And then what we're going to do is systems test subjects that in over here on override tear down error subjects dot animal dot property conversions override equals nil, just so we know without a shadow of a doubt. Just so that we know without a shadow of a doubt that this has been nailed out before any other tests are run, because these are being static just exist that way. So persistence test subjects to animal dot property conversions override equals model plist key raw value model ID property. That should just be a model ID. Okay. So then we want to let data wrapper equals try self.model writer generate file wrappers. Doing this a lot. Could I I could do this better. Well, let's take this and private create wrappers rows, and this is going to return string any. It's going to return robots, animals, string any robots, settings, string any, and file. Like so, and then we should be able to turn animals, robots, settings, files, and then what we can do, let animals, robots, don't care equals self dot generate wrapper. Right. Now we can delete all of that. Right, let's see if this works. Build fail. Where? Here. No. Person dot model type. Okay. Build. That succeeded. Okay, so can we do let underscore settings underscore equals right self.generate wrappers, and here we'll do underscore files equals try self.generate wrappers. Okay, that all seems to work. Well, then we can do let animals don't care equals try self.generate wrappers. Then we can go let list animal equals animals dot first model ID property as string that equals set equal and there should be person underscore expected UUID dot UUID string. Don't actually care about that. So does this pass? It does. Okay. We now have some success. Model file property. What we're going to do ng foobar.baz data is just going to be an empty data object, and the metadata is going to be hello world. You have to do string. It should be file name foobar.baz. Right. ng and metadata. Oh, not gonna be that. Okay, so what we need to do is actually get let file let model file equals this as string any. Try actually that. And then what we want to do, city called our model file dot, no, our model file name as string equal bar.baz. Type is a PNG. Metadata. In this case, we can do string, and it should be hello world. So, what are people's plans for this week? You have anything exciting on, or is it just a slow week? The usual, just getting things done week, because for me, it's just going to be one of those. Grab to listen about. Oh yes, file property. B. File. Usual stuff. Yeah, it seems to be one of those weeks where not much is really happening. So we'll see how things go. It's just a bit of a slow day or slow week. For me, I've got a few bits and pieces to get sorted, but we'll see how that all goes. Two equals that. Two, change that to robot. Hopefully, I think I seem to be in that sort of state where I'm tired, but I'm tired enough to get into the zone. So if I do start going quiet, that will be the reason why. Should fail because, yep, if I do array of model ID, then it should pass. And it does. Hey, Mr. B, how are you doing besides the useless meetings? You good? That's good to hear. I am not too bad. just slowly working through unit testing, the fun part of software development. That's Ray. Yeah, just slowly making progress. That should not be an array of dictionaries. That can be model files. Yeah, it's one of those things of once you have invested in it, it's good to keep up. I mean, I've changed a lot of core infrastructure stuff, and I've been very bad in not updating the tests while I've done that. So now I've got to update them all in one go. But yeah, it's definitely helpful to have in your repertoire because, well, it reduces the amount of manual testing that you need to do. It just gives you a bit more confidence in being able to do other stuff. So, but there are downsides to it. It does slow down your ability to do certain changes because you've got much more code. I mean, Coppice probably, I think Coppice, last time I checked, was about 25,000 lines of code plus an additional 25,000 lines of test code. So you're almost like writing twice as much code. There we go, that one worked first time. Right, so then we're going to get a dictionary. Oh yeah, I mean, in terms of testing, I mean, if I just do a quick run, I've actually fallen back in my test coverage. Oh, that's just doing M3 data. If I go to Coppice, test. Oh, I've just realised I don't think the test plan includes M3 data. Does not. And it doesn't include the M3 subscription test. Right, let's give that another go and see if we're correctly testing everything. Because Xcode's testing tools have got a lot better than what they used to be. I mean, when I started trying to do unit testing, it wasn't even included in. And that will be for the subscription test because it's right. So look over here. What sort of coverage am I at? About 89% on my subscriptions library, 90% on M3 data, 64% on Coppice core, but that was up around 90% before this version. So yeah, there's a lot of test code. I mean, if I show test bundles, so Coppice core is 5,000 lines of code, but I have 14,300 lines of tests. M3 data is 957, currently I have 1,900. That'll probably get over 2,000 once I finish. 900 for subscriptions, but 3,000. So the ones I'm on, it's probably talking like 2 or 3 times the Coppice tests like half the amount of code in Coppice, but that's because Coppice is a bit harder to test. So, okay, well, hopefully your meeting is battle typed in if you're muted. And for those of you who may not know Mr. B, let's give this a go, because I think it's the first time I have tried it. Make sure you check Mr. B out. They also do some great iOS development and design. They've got some great design skills, so go over there. They do generally early morning streams, so fortunately I often miss them because I'm usually not awake or like busy getting ready. So alright, where was I? Model writer tests. Okay, 2 more tests to do. So what I am going to do here, and no, I'm not going to do that one, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do dictionary property, which is going to be dictionary. Model ID. Model file. And I want to copy one of my model files across. That can go back there. And then this wants to be a dictionary. Okay, so these need to be model plist keys as well. Now some people may say, oh, why didn't you write the test beforehand so that you know how they work? And the problem is that is not how my brain works. Like sometimes I can write the test first, but a lot of other times I can't because I don't know how I want it to work. So it's easier to get it working how I expect first and then write the test afterwards. So it all depends on how you're build, like what precisely you're building. Is it just modifying something that already exists, or is it something from scratch? Is it something back end, front end? So I never use any form of dogma when it comes to testing. I'm not one of those who says, oh, automated tests are useless. I'm not one of those who says you must always write tests first, because neither of those approaches are the right one. As with everything, there are some principles that you should follow, such as testing, but there's merits to all of them. It's just a case of working out which tool you want to use. Oh, that should be a model ID. Welcome back, Mr. That was a short meeting. Is today just full of meetings for you, or is that the last one for the day? Alright, so we're gonna get animals, and we want to get our first one. Equals this dictionary property as a string of any. Oh. Well, the code's going to pop up before the end of the day. Meetings are always a bit of a pain, especially if you need to have lots of them. I mean, I'm kind of lucky where I only really have, I think, 3 meetings a week usually. So I'm usually fairly good. I mean, sometimes I'll have like just random calls with people, but in terms of scheduled meetings, I only have 3 a week for contract stuff, so it's not too bad. One of the benefits of working for a company that's based in the US while you're in Europe is that there's only a limited amount of time that you have overlap for meetings. So you are able to either group them all into a block, usually towards the end of the day, and you get time to actually work on stuff. So wrap this. And then I should be able to copy paste this down here. Then what I'm going to do is paste all this in here, but I want to add a model plist key, no value, do not convert is 42. And I should be able to actually set equal dictionary do not convert. In fact, no. No, because I can't create a model ID. So yeah, if I just do it as 42 as int is 42. Okay, run these and see if we pass. We do not. Invalid, population invalid format. And we have keys which are CF string. CF type. Huh? Well, that's using... Actually using this. Where is edge hierarchy? Yeah, model plist key. Got the property conversions. Get the plist representation from there. I'm using the plist key. So why he's failing then? Published dictionaries may only have keys which are CF strings, not CF type. Oh, because I've not updated. Oh. Let's try that now. There we go. That's one pass at least. Two pass. Oh, that was a buggy next card. This, like, if I was to undo one of those and I build and run. Oh, it's updated now. Try again. Yeah, it doesn't refresh these, so. Oh well, if I remember to file that, I will do. Well, that should be M3 data fully working. If we just switch over here and just run through all of our M3 data tests. Oh, Coppice test, data, everything is passing. Fantastic. Okay, what tests do we want to work on next? There was closing canvas pages. So for this, we want to have a look here. We've got model controller.close canvas page. Oh yeah, we're not nulling out the canvas because we're deleting it. Oh. Okay, so what we want to do here is mock close and just make sure that it's calling the model control. Yeah, because we moved this out, didn't we? Oh no, we've got it down there. Close. So what we want to do is just go here. Remove page from canvas. Oh, this is pretty easy. Tells model controller canvas. Self.model controller dot close canvas page mark. Right, now we'll just close it. Don't care about any of that, so I'm going to shift all the tests for that into the canvas. And then we can just do XCT assert true was called assert true model controller arguments equal and what I pressed there. Assert equal that and self.canvas page. And we can delete these because we don't need them. Because closing doesn't work that way. So if I go here, that works. So if we close that, okay, so we're still getting canvas page. Yeah, that should be still working. Wonder why it isn't. Where are we? Canvas, add to view model. What are we calling? Don't seem to be. Also, if I did self.viewModel.setup, oh no, setup's called that. So we should be good. We should be observing. Setup observation. Let's our canvas page observer. Once update through. Oh, playing it. Okay. I think that might be new. Yes. Okay, how are we going to manage this? Let's make this private update. Self update. Then follow the standard pattern. I could do self.view model.update. Update if needed. Hopefully those tests should now pass. Because we're forcing the update to happen immediately. And they do. Okay. This is why so some people may say, oh, you shouldn't make that public because the only reason it needs to be public is because you need to call it from the test. And I would say I'd rather remove a keyword to make it easier to both test and write the code rather than having to write some convoluted test code, a convoluted code over here to make everything work. I am super pragmatic when it comes to testing. I am very much of the opinion that it's just do whatever works. So certain principles you obviously don't want to do too much just writing code purely for testing, but sometimes you need to. Why aren't the bugs? Why am I not seeing bugs? Ups up. Yeah, bye. Okay. Let me restart the overlay and see if I can get the bugs through. Apparently, your attempting to throw bugs, Tanasu, has found a bug. Let's launch the overlay again. And then I need to switch that to overlay. Okay. So let's try throwing the bug. That one worked. Okay. So I'll just do one of these for you. There you go. You got some free bugs on top of the bugs you threw, but that should be about right, hopefully, what you threw. This is why it's always useful to have debug options, because then if things do go wrong, you can fix them. Such as when people throw bugs, and there's a bug with throwing bugs, you can throw bugs to counteract the bugs with the bugs. Hopefully that makes sense. I have a feeling it is an authentication issue, but yeah, it's something I'll fix. Stretch. That doesn't actually do anything in the overlay yet. Oh, at some point I do want to create an animation to have the robot do when a stretch comes out, but I will get some stretches in because I need to get better at doing stretches, and especially during the workday. The problem is stretches hurt, which they shouldn't do, but that's because I don't stretch enough. But the problem is I don't stretch enough because they hurt. At least some of them do, some of them are fine. But always good to make sure you're properly stretching your hands and wrists. Make sure you're placing your palm towards you and sort of making a fist and pulling your hand towards you for both hands, and then palm away and just pulling your fingers towards you. Just helps stretch all those muscles and tendons, and make sure you avoid any repetitive strain stuff. So for me at the moment, most of my pain stuff is in my shoulder and neck. I was doing nose stretches this morning and they were very sore when I was stretching to the full extent, so I think I need to keep a bit more on top of those ones. Right, so we have all of those passing. So what else do we have to do? We've got all of these canvas test ones, which in theory, a lot of them we just want, because they're just testing that we open in the right location, so we don't need to do any sort of testing of the mode or anything. These ones deal with the mode. So this is a lot of tests. I mean, this is all the closing tests. So at least the open page link from tests are ones that we could do fairly quickly. So I am going to step away for a few minutes just to grab a fresh cup of tea, and when we get back we'll try and get at least these ones done, because I'm in a mood today where I'm feeling productive and feeling like I could get a lot of these things done. So hopefully I'll be able to get through a lot of these tests. Am I hiring? Unfortunately, no. I wish I could at some point, but it's one of those things of like, Coppice itself is not bringing in enough money to even fund me full time, so I do contract work to basically fund myself. So hopefully at some point in the future it's earning enough to support me and support other people, but not at this point. It's always the hardest bit when you're an indie dev, getting to that point where it's like you can live off it. And once you get to that point, it's a lot easier to get to allowing someone else to hire someone else and so on. But at the moment, unfortunately, I don't have the funds. But hopefully in future, it's always the dream to build up a company that sustains multiple people. But yes, I am going to go get a drink. I'll be running some ads during the break just to get rid of those pesky pre-rolls. So feel free to go get a drink yourself, go stretch, get some fresh air or whatever, just ignore those ads while they're playing. And I'll be back in however long it takes to boil a kettle. So, see you all in a little bit. I am back with a fresh cup of tea. So let's get back onto, well, sorting out all this mess over here. So let's see, what can we rename these? Creates new canvas page with supply page and creates a link from source of new supply. Creates a link between supply page and source if already on canvas and existing mod supplied. And creates a new canvas page with supplied page and creates a link from source if existing mod supplied but page doesn't exist. Okay. So let's take a look at this. We've got a page. We've got a canvas page. And I want to create a new canvas page. And to open that page, linked from canvas page with page link. Destination is going to be page.id. Source is the, I will just do destination just to make sure it goes there. Mode is going to be new. We want to set that is there. Right, before we do that, we'll exit insert equal. All.count is 0. And then what we can do, model controller, canvas link collection, all count. Actually, no, we can do all dot first. Because that's going to be the same as checking the count is. I suppose no, we do want to make sure that we only create one. Not link. We'll check that that's all true. And then what we want to do is make sure that the link is collection dot all dot first. Try XCT unwrap to make sure that gets set, though it should be, because otherwise that would fail. Well, at least we get rid of the optional. And then XCT unwrap. No, XCT assert equal link dot destination page equals new is new canvas page. Source page is canvas page, and the link is page link with destination page.id. Let's see if this works. Hey, works, succeeds. So we know that's all working. So this should also work pretty much the same. We've just got existing, the same setup, the same result. And it does. This one is going to be different though. So what we want here destination canvas page equals canvas page create in model controller, and for the setup the canvas page dot page equals page. This is going to be opened canvas page, and we want to make sure that the opened canvas page is equal to destination canvas page want to check that the canvas page collection is 2. Here we want to make sure it's still 2. Don't care that it contains it, because if it returns it and it's 2, that should be fine. Then we get the canvas link collection first and make sure all of these are set correctly. Actually, we're going to need another test where the page exists but we pass in new and then it does create a new. We'll do that in a second. Let's just make sure that this works. Still fail. Canvas canvas, and this probably wants .0.canvas canvas. Oh, because that needs to be canvas page collection. I was like, wait, how's it 2 there and 1 there when I have 0 code in this path to delete? There we go. So we want another test up here, which is going to be open page linked from, and creates new canvas page with applied page, and creates link from source if new supplied, even if canvas page with applied page already exists. So we want most of that. However, I want to replace that with that, and that should be 3. Needs to be new canvas page. So then when we run this should hopefully just work. And it appears to. I'll do a full test just to clear it out. What are you complaining about? To create the other canvas page. Okay. Alright, so how do we need to fix this? Well, here we can just do page link, destination page ID, mode. Hopefully that works. Fantastic, so we can get all of these working again very easily. All I need to do is page link, destination, page ID, mode, new. We don't care about this with existing because in that case we're not positioning a page, we're just creating a link between them. This is where I go into autopilot. I'm curious, how interesting or boring do people find watching someone work on testing? It isn't quite as flashy as working on new features or making a quick bug fix that is like a quick win. It's a lot of sort of eating your greens to where you can have your dessert, but I think it's useful to show because it's a lot of people are like, oh, going to programming it's a lot of fun, and sometimes it is literally just writing a lot of very similar code in tests with just some slight tweaks. I mean, really, I could potentially, if I really wanted to at some point, refactor these so that it's not quite as much, because generally when you have a lot of duplicate stuff, you try to extract it out into a common function that you can then just pass what the difference is in. I mean, same rules apply to writing tests as they do to writing any code. If you've got a lot of duplication that you can get rid of, then get rid of it. It makes writing the test easier, reading the test easier, and so on. The problem is quite often with tests, you find that that's a bit hard to do than you expect because there are so many little things that you're having to tweak, and when there aren't and you're separating up, you don't have as many tests anyway, so right. Yeah, hopefully it's of interest to people. If not, at least hopefully you're able to get other stuff done, or potentially if you need to get some rest, I can bore you to death with unit testing. I'll bore you to sleep. Hopefully not bore you to death. Headlines now. Twitch streamer kills audience with unit tests. No one was available for comment because they were all dead from boredom. Oh, I actually got a bit of a surprise in the post today. Walked downstairs because I knew the post my post had been, and went to see what it was because I wasn't expecting anything. I mean, I didn't even know if it was the post. It could have just been someone delivering junk mail. But got downstairs, looked at the door at the end of the hall, and there was sort of a cream envelope. And there's only one organization I know that sends stuff in cream envelopes. And as I got closer, I saw what I expected on there. House of Commons. Okay, why is someone from the House of Commons writing to me? Because I haven't written to my MP about anything, and, well, I haven't had a response already to it. Ends up being even more confusing because I look at the address and it's addressed to my company, not to me. Okay. What's going on here? Why is someone at the House of Commons writing to my company? So open it up, and all it really is my MP has just gone around sending emails to all businesses saying, oh, we've kept your prices. It's just like, I mean, okay. But I mean, if any business owner hasn't realized that and looked into that yet, they're probably not long for this world anyway. You would hope that anyone running a business and seeing their energy prices change will be paying much attention to what the government is doing on said energy prices, considering it's all over the news. And the sort of people that don't need to, who don't listen to that, are probably not running businesses that are big enough to use enough energy for it to make a massive difference. But at least it's gave some people some jobs delivering some letters. Right. Why do I have to write so many tests? Like, oh, let's test all the permutations of this code so that if it breaks, I know which ones break. Except when I slightly tweak the code, it takes forever. There we go. Now we build and run and see if it actually compiles and how many tests pass. It's not compiled. Because destination.new makes 0 sense there. Change the ID. So I don't fail in that. shall pass. Okay. So now we get onto the hierarchy restorer stuff, which is now split up into separate classes, which is going to make it easier to test, but we need to test that it is actually calling them. And this is one of the annoying things about testing, because if I go here, where am I? Open. Oh, not in Canvas plus pages. Well, I can see here that it's been called, but it's writing lots of code to test a few lines that you can just read and see what is being called, but that is the way of testing. Alright. So page hierarchy. Page. Entry point returns the first one. Right, what? That's a fair point. They're a relationship now. That should be, yeah. Um. Really only be one match. So, page hierarchy. Dot create in. Create a model controller. And we actually need to create a canvas. Canvas. Okay, so what do we need to do? Canvas. do call that. We don't care about the result. Oh, it is. Really don't care about the result. Those. And yeah. A hierarchy. Page length. Next, we can't use the canvas page, but yeah, okay. So we don't actually care about the relation. We'll name that matching. Okay. Code. Have any entry points? Actually, we don't really care about that. Okay. Right, we're going to need a mark of page hierarchy. Builder. Where are we? No, it's restorer. So where do we have? Okay. Go. Mark page hierarchy. Two words that are very hard for me to spell. Extension page hierarchy. Page hierarchy. Not store hierarchy. It's going to be up details. Page hierarchy. Canvas page. Page link. Return canvas page. All the array of them. Then that should be class. And then what we want to do is override that if let canvas pages equal self.mop restore hierarchy dot old, and then we pass our arguments in. And canvas pages else super.restore, and we just call the super implementation. That should be enough. I think that's the only public method. It is. Okay. So for here, let mop page hierarchy. Mop page hierarchy. Here, so we can pass the canvas in, and the canvas dot hierarchy restorer equals page hierarchy restorer. Then we want to XCT set true. I want to make sure that that was cold. Oh, I've done that wrong. Where is hierarchies? That should equal. Then we can get rid of that, and the order tick was cold. And that hierarchy canvas page link equals mop page hierarchy restorer dot mop restore hierarchy arguments first. We should have hierarchy, canvas page, and the page links. So then we can set equal. Hierarchy is the matching hierarchy. Canvas page is our parent. And the link is page link destination page.id. Let's see if this works. First time. And this one is fairly simple. We're going to create one here. Let second canvas canvas.create model controller. This is going to be the second canvas, and we can get rid of all that. We can just assert this is false. Hey, success. Hierarchies removed from page hierarchies when opening. It is not because we haven't implemented that yet. Right, what do we do here? And that shouldn't really be part of this. We could do that in the hierarchy restorer, where we just basically, like, at this point, just do page hierarchy.delete. So this should actually be part of the page hierarchy, so we can actually delete that. And build and run. Okay, we've got 36. 36 failures. Layer attention test. So we've got some more canvas tests here, which are testing building the hierarchy, which I'm getting to that point where I can't be bothered with that. Let's. What else do we have? This model controller canvas page test. Where's that code from? Add page at centered on. Only place it is called from, and that in turn is called from. Page link. It's a mock canvas. That fails. Open page on canvas. Source. So this seems to be wrong because existing canvas page. The canvas page already exists. Should return that. I suppose no, because if you're already linking to the canvas page, then yes, that makes sense. Don't have a source page. Then we just add the page. And we tell the canvas to open the page. We don't really care about the whole parent thing. That is all being or do we? See, this is the problem because it's if I'm just wanting to test this, ideally I need a mock canvas that I can check that I'm calling the correct thing on the canvas. And here's a question of why. Oh no, it's because of the undo side of things. Because we're not handling do in here. Yeah, because you could have page links but have different canvases. So yeah, that makes. What to do with this? Set equal canvas page dot links in dot first dot list dot source page is equal to self dot canvas page. See if that works. Should do. Yes. So we have no way to test that without having a. This is one of those things where it's just like it's that hard to test that other things will catch it. Right. We want links in dot links in first dot destination page. Hey Kieran, how are you doing? Let's see if working. 80. It's good. Loses where the current test is, so you can't just use the hotkeys to run that test. Okay, still failing. Canvas pages are not Ah, because that should be the source page. Right. Canvas page. This. Read it. Doing good. Just finished the first phase of your freelance project. Oh, great! Got the rest of your day to yourself now. It's always good to hear. How hopefully you're making good progress on it. Freelance is always a fun thing to get into, especially when you're starting on your first projects. Right, so we don't nil out the canvas. Anymore because there's no need to, because we're deleting it, so it doesn't exist. Canvas.pages contains child 1. Which doesn't work because of the parent. So what we actually need to do, link to child 1 equals solve controller.canvas link collection new object. $0.canvas equals self.canvas. 0.source page equals self.canvas page. $0. Destination page equals child 1. Right, let's see if child 1 gets deleted here. But yeah, I'm not doing too badly. I'm in a very productive mood. There we are, child 1 gets deleted. So we just need to add child 2. So yesterday when I was looking at all the tests and being like, I don't really know what I want to do. Today it's like, no, I'm getting through them. I'm in a productive mood. I've had a few bits where I've had to really push through. Child 1.id. So what are your plans for the rest of the day, Kieran? Are you up to much? Or are you just chilling out after a hard day's freelance work? what is failing down here. It removes and deletes all canvas edges again. Why is Coppice not in the App Store? So, a large part of that is... part of it was financial and part of it was just time and effort. So, from the financial point of view, especially at the time when I was releasing Coppice, so this was back in 2020 at this point, I don't think Apple had announced a small business program, or they had just announced it and some of the information was coming out. But essentially, at that point, it was a choice of go in the App Store and pay 30%. And that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a thought here. For those of you who know pirate software, let's bring up this and hopefully, here we go. And I do just want to double check one thing. Yes. So, a large part of it is pricing. So, Coppice is... oh, this can go away. So, $19.99 a year. That is Coppice on the to get to buy it online. So from a financial point of view, if I am selling on the App Store, you are effectively looking at, shift that out of the way, you're looking at 30%. This is what the equation was at the time. So 30%. Now you may think, okay, that's okay, but you've also got to factor in stuff like VAT. So let's say you're in the UK, VAT is 20. In fact, let's just erase these. Let's stick these over the side. So we have 30%, which is Apple's cut. And in the UK, it will be 20% VAT. So what is 30% of that? Well, let's just round it up to $20 because it makes the maths easy to do in my head, so I don't need to pull a calculator out. 30% of 20 is what? 6. 20% is 4. So I would get from that $10. So Apple's taking $6 and 4. Now you may be thinking, well, wait, don't take the 4 and then it's 30% of 16? No, that's how Google works. How Apple works is the 30% is taken from $20. Now, if it's somewhere where you don't have to pay tax, you pay less tax, then like from the US, I'd be getting 16 because you don't have the tax on there. And like I said, if it's Google, then it would be 16 and then 30. What's 16 times 0.3 is 4.8. So for Google, with their 30%, it's only $4.8. Why? Because they take the tax off and then you have basically what the actual price is, because you have the price and then you add VAT on. You have the price and then Google will take their 30%. Apple takes 30% of the price the customer pays. So you have that. There's also all sorts of fees, and like there's various other bits and pieces. So you have all that, and $20, Apple would take 10. Now, I'm with Paddle. So Paddle are used by all sorts of Mac apps out there, and you have all sorts of let's see, what apps do I know that use Paddle? Tower uses Paddle. Queries uses Paddle. I think MAMP uses Paddle. Who else do I have? Not sure if Fint uses Paddle. Scrivener uses Paddle. So there's lots of companies out there that use Paddle. Rogue Amoeba use Paddle, I believe. And it's good because they also handle the VAT. So what do they charge? Well, they charge 50 cents plus 5%. So they charge 50 cents and they charge 5 cents. And then you've got your 20% VAT. So the 20% is coming off regardless. So that's $4. They charge, so 5% of 20 is $1. Plus 50 cents. So basically, after taxes and what Paddle takes, I am left with $14.50. Now you may think, well, that's only $4.50 difference. Yes, but I need to sell 3 copies on the App Store for every 2 copies I sell outside the App Store. If you download from the App Store and you like the application, you could pay via the website and get an activation code. So this is where things come in, because I am going to bring copies to the App Store. I'm basically explaining why it's not already on there. So if we go here, so $10 by $14.50. So $10 is what I would make on the App Store. $14.50 is what I make outside. Now, just purely monetarily, that alone, you may think, well, surely you can sell like 50% more copies on the App Store. Well, not necessarily. You can if you manage to get featured or something like that. You can sell a lot more. And obviously this, when it comes to iOS, there's nothing really there. You have to be on the App Store on iOS. Now, there are things that change some of this that have happened since. One of them is that Apple, if you have less than $1 million of revenue on the App Store, it's only 15% that they take. So that comes down to $3. So therefore it now becomes $13 versus $14.50 after taxes and so on. I mean, when you take the taxes away, it actually is not as bad anyway. But it's still half the fees going through Paddle versus going through Apple. And actually, I think the Paddle one may even be slightly better, because I think I've done the 5% before tax, and I think they take the 5% after tax, so it would be 5% of 1.6, so that's like 0.8, so it's like an extra 20 cents. So yes, you have that. Yeah, I'm reading what you read, Nasu. I'm just basically explaining this because it actually comes into what you're saying. So all of that applies, but there are other factors. So let's say you buy the app, then I I understand you're a developer, but I think it's also worth explaining for other people who are watching and people who watch the VODs to understand the thought process here. Because a lot of people stuff about like why do developers complain about this stuff and why is someone not in the App Store? From someone who isn't a developer, they don't necessarily know this stuff. So there are some things that you cannot do on the App Store. Let's say you buy an app through the App Store. You are not buying the app from the developer. You're buying the app from Apple. Apple is a reseller. So I should actually put Apple and Paddle. So Apple is a reseller. Paddle is also a reseller. Now, what is the benefit of these being reseller? Rather than using something like Stripe, well, with Stripe, they do not handle taxes. PayPal, they do not handle taxes. And when it comes to VAT, you have to account for taxes in every single country, charge the correct rate, work out are they exempt from VAT for being a business, and all these sorts of things. Because if they're exempt from VAT, well, then they're actually charged $16 and so on. So what actually happens is by being a reseller rather than a payment processor, I am not the person selling to a consumer. It is a business to business transaction and basically like an invoice. And essentially what that means is I don't have to deal with that. I don't need to file VAT returns. Apple is the one doing that. They do the VAT return and I'm exempt from VAT on what Apple pays me because it's a business to business transaction. Same with Paddle. So they are like Paddle's taking $1.50. Apple's taking like right now $3. And they are doing this for me. Fantastic. Are they marketing for me? So they're handling taxes. Are they marketing for me? I mean, Paddle isn't. Paddle is not marketing for me at all. Apple, not really, unless you get featured. Now, there's more chance of getting featured on the Mac App Store because it is a bit of a semi-wasteland because so many developers just get fed up with having to deal with it. So they end up just getting annoyed and leaving. So there's a lot of hassle there. So it's like, well, they're not really advertising you. So for example, if someone got to buy me coffee and Apple under commission, your impression rate will increase. Apple think like this is very money values out. I should share it. Yes, so that does impact things to a degree. So in terms of what the App Store algorithms and stuff, there aren't really any algorithms. The main algorithm is if you are paying Apple to advertise, and Apple makes a lot of money through advertisements through the App Store. If you are paying Apple to advertise under particular search terms and stuff, you will appear first. You will appear above the apps people are actually searching for. If you have a lot of downloads, then you'll move up the download charts, be that free or paid. Like downloads or like overall, I think, is it the overall revenue one? But basically, you can see how much money's going up. And so there are definitely benefits there. But Apple is not really marketing for you. Unless you pay for them to stick an ad on, the only marketing they will do for you is featuring you, if you are lucky. Okay, so Apple wins because there's a slight chance they will feature you, but they lose because they have an app store where you your competitors can buy adverts and pay money to make them appear above you in a search for your app's name. Someone could search on the App Store for Coppice. They could search for Coppice M-Cubed software, and my app would not be the top search result if someone came in and bought a search ad. So they get a benefit for potentially featuring you on the front page of the App Store, which can help a lot in the short term. But they lose a lot for, frankly, scummy behavior such as that. What other issues? Well, Apple has problems in terms of all the scam apps on the App Store. There's literally someone today, or rather last night, who I saw, who, what is it? It's one of the AI image things, where what this person has done is they have started selling it on the App Store and selling a pro version, and it's not from the actual company that has built the AI thing. It is just this guy who's done it, and they're trying to claim, oh, but I have the IP because I've registered the trademark. Now, bear in mind, this same guy, is it Ben Sanofsky from Halide, the camera app, looked online and looked up this guy and the trademarks he's registered. This is a guy who registered a trademark for Gmail in 2019. Yeah, so you get the sense of, but you get people who put scam apps up where it's like, oh, you can do a subscription. This is why a lot of people hate subscriptions, despite subscriptions having many good points, both users and developers. They can put it up and charge a weekly amount, and they don't have to show the annual amount. So they can say, oh, you only have to pay $3 per week. That's $150 a year. But people don't realize that. So you get all these scams and scummy behavior, you get clones and all this stuff. So it's not really, like Apple claims that it is a safe environment. No, it is not. Apple is not properly checking all these apps. Any developer can put code in that will do things that it shouldn't do. They can sneak code through. Epic has proven this by sneaking through an entire payment system. You can sneak code through app review. So then we get on to what Tanazu is talking about. Well, I have a pro version on my website. Surely I can go in the App Store and people can go to the website. And they can. I cannot tell them that. If I open up Coppice, so let's launch Coppice. And I'm going to, in the debug options, Pro Disabled. Unlock all of Coppice's features by upgrading to Pro. Find out more. What has that just done? That button has just linked here to my website. Fantastic. They've just found out, okay, they can go here. Maybe if I go into preferences, and there's more stuff here. Oh, you can find out information and click a button and it links to the website. Oh, sorry. I forgot. I always forget that I've got a thing up. So I click this button. It links to the website. If I bring up preferences, I've got all these pro things and you can click on them, find out information, find out more. You link to the website. I have stuff here where I can link to the Coppice blog. You've got stuff here, and then it's very easy to go from here, go to Pro, and upgrade. In preferences, if I go to Coppice Pro, you can go here, don't have Pro, find out more, it links to the website. None of that is allowed on the App Store. I have to remove all of that. I cannot let people know in any way, shape, or form that people can buy stuff through my website in the App Store. And you may think, well, that's fair enough. You just change that button to a link that allows them to buy through the App Store, because Apple says you have to buy through the App Store. Well, that is okay. You can do that. But this here, going to the Coppice blog, you notice I go here and there's nothing here that says you can buy. I mean, there's like a few things here talking on the blog, but to actually see a buy button, you have to click on Pro. Or what if Coppice help? Oh no, that yeah, that's just all built in. But the sample document, for example, links to it. So, but going to the blog, you've got to go up here and click on Pro to get to this button. Because I link to a web page which has a link to a web page that has a buy button, I would be rejected from the App Store. So Apple will reject the app unless I change all of these find out more buttons to point to buying through the App Store, unless everything on here that links to my website is actually pointing, gets rid of any links that would point, because it is just not allowed. The Apple does have exceptions for particular apps. Reader apps are the thing that they have now started making exceptions for, because they've had exceptions for big companies for a while. It's the whole reason why for so long you could not sign up to Netflix on iOS. You had to go to the website, but Netflix couldn't tell you that you could go to the website. They could only tell you to sign in. They couldn't tell you to pay for it. They couldn't link to the website. So it is just such a ridiculous thing. It's why you haven't been able to buy stuff on the Kindle app on the iPad, because you're buying digital goods. But you can buy stuff through the Amazon app because you're buying physical goods. Because Apple won't take a cut off physical goods, but they will take their 30% off any digital goods. Yeah, if you can say you like Spotify, but I'm not. I'm not a reader app. I can't justify that. And I'm not big enough to try and wrangle my way through by just saying, well, I am this big company. Especially someone like Spotify, where there's antitrust violations if Apple can't do that. So, all of that hassle of having to deal with it, I was always going to release outside the App Store. Because of other reasons. But the App Store has so many hassles. There are many things that you've got to be so careful of Apple rejecting for silly reasons like that. Because Apple wants their 15 to 30% of your revenue. Because they think they earned it. But here's the thing. As I say, Paddle and Apple, so if we go back here, what do they both give us? They handle tax. So tick, tick. Marketing. A little. But nothing from Paddle. No marketing at all really from Paddle. Okay. And we've just talked about restrictions. Lots? None. I mean, I think there is some slight restrictions, but there's no restrictions on what I can put in the app. Like Paddle provides systems to actually handle all authentication stuff. I don't have to use those. I could have it where people can buy in the app using Paddle. It's a bit more complex, which is why I've just gone through the website initially. But I could do those. So Paddle has very few restrictions. Now, let's get on to refunds. Can you share an app? Yeah, feel free. If you're developing an app, feel free to share it in your in the chat. So yes, now we get on to refunds. So, let's say you buy an app and you do not like the app. Like, you've bought it, you've spent your money, and you're like, I actually don't really like this. And that is perfectly fair enough. Like, someone can buy Coppice Pro and say, actually, this isn't for me. I don't think it's worth the money. I don't like, I mean, especially as I don't have a free trial at the moment, people can buy it and then like, I don't really like it. And they can say, okay, I would like a refund. Paddle. They can go to Paddle and ask for a refund because Paddle is technically the seller, but Paddle also lets me log in and refund them. I can offer a refund. So they can come to me, they can say, I don't like this, can I have a refund? And I can say, yes, I will give you a refund, and Paddle will let me do that. But what about Apple and the App Store? Well, someone can come to me because Apple expects me to do support just like Paddle does. They expect me to do support for my app. But if someone comes to me saying, can I have a refund? What can I say? Well, I can give you a refund. Or rather, I want to give you a refund. I accept it. It's a valid reason for a refund. I cannot give you a refund. Why? Apple doesn't give me the option to. Like, there has been talk of Apple making things a bit easier to make it so refunds can be accepted. But all I can say, as the person who most people assume that they bought the app from me, I could say, well, I want to give you a refund, but you have to go to Apple and ask Apple for a refund, and Apple can potentially reject you for that refund, even though I am perfectly fine giving you the refund. How's that good customer service? It basically makes it seem like I'm shoving you off and trying to avoid giving you a refund. I can be 100% willing to give you a full refund, but I have to tell you, go and talk to Apple and ask for a refund and hope they accept. So it's a pain. Let's have a look at this. So this out looks totally free, but free version is limited to 50 meters a month. If more, you can pay for a premium version via the website. So the question is, do they link to their website in any way that you can actually get to a purchase page? Because if they do, they will be rejected from the App Store. Yeah, so 53 meetings per month, and you can just... So the thing is, if someone was to go to the website and say, okay, I can do this, I can get 53 meetings a month, there are App Store apps, I can go to the App Store, download it, they've come in through the website, they know they can buy here. If someone gets this app through the App Store and they have not actually seen the website, they may have no idea that they can go to the website and buy more. If inside the app there is messaging that says you can go to the website and buy, pay to get more information, then the app will be rejected. Someone has to naturally go to the website, and you can't say just go to the website and it will be there, and just have no saying that you can buy stuff, just link to the website, because Apple will click on that, and apps have been rejected for linking to a page on the website that links to a page on the website that links to a store page. Oh, there are lots of applications that are working around this. Some of them legitimately because of the particular type of app they are. Because Apple has exceptions upon exceptions upon exceptions. And certain very particular apps, especially recently after Apple has changed things, after a lot of pressure, especially pressure from legislation, they have let it through. The other reason is that the App Store app review is just a mess. There are people that have had stuff out there on the App Store for years, and then they'll be rejected for something that has been in the app for years. Well, yeah, why take the risk? Now, so in terms of refunds, you get nothing. If you share that, Apple have to accept. No, they don't. In particular cases, the reader apps, they have to. And they don't even have to, they have chosen to. So if you are a Netflix, if you are a Spotify, you can do that. But for me, no. Now, what I can do, and this is why, I mean, it's worth bringing all this up because this is why I'm not currently on the App Store. I mean, there are, what's the other thing that I was going to come up with? Can't remember what the thing I was going to say. But I mean, there are things that Apple will come up with saying like, oh, we will host your thing. We will host your app. I actually spend not that much money on web hosting. Web hosting is like one of the simplest things. It's like Apple goes, oh, but we provide update. Yes, but updating apps is easy. You throw in, there's a framework called Sparkle that has been around for the best part of 2 decades. And people just add it to the app and it handles auto updating. If that's the other thing that I want to do. Betas. If I want to release something, or actually no, it's not even just a release. It's not even just beta, it's just release. Let's say I'm releasing the next version of Coppice. And I have got everything working, I've verified everything is ready, I've updated all my marketing materials. How long is it going to take before I can release? 0 seconds, effectively. From it being ready, I just need to upload to my website and it can be live. Like, there's nothing I need to wait for. It is entirely on me. When I press the go button, it is go. On the App Store, anywhere from a few hours to weeks. Depending on whether the app is new, depending on how busy the App Store is, depending on whether it gets stuck in review hell for some reason. It can be anywhere from Apple takes a few hours and it just passes through without too much of an issue, or a few weeks. Now, it could be a few hours and Apple will reject you. And then you have to go and change things. And then you have to go in and be reviewed again. And then they may accept you or they may reject you. They may reject you for something, and this is the other key thing, they may reject you for something that may have happened, like something that you may have added 2 years ago and you have been shipping for 2 years, and you add all this new stuff, release a new version, it could even be a bug fix version, and they will end up rejecting you for something completely that you haven't touched in 2 years and has been fine for 2 years, but because you happen to get to a different reviewer who has looked at things a different way, you will be rejected. Yeah, Apple generally does get things in 24 hours. I mean, it is far more in the few hours than the weeks. But the weeks is possible. Even today, there are apps that get stuck in review for weeks. And there's not much communication. Where does certification come into play? What sort of certification are you talking about, Kieran? Now, after 1 to 2 updates release, it's now approved for. Usually, yes. I mean, this is the key thing. Usually, it can be like a few hours. It can be very, very fast these days. But there is no guarantee. There's no contractual guarantee between you and Apple, no policy guarantee, no legal guarantee that it will be 24 hours. And there are apps, even today, that have been on the App Store for a while where they will get into a they'll submit something for review and it will take more than 24 hours. It will take days. It will take weeks to do. So this isn't certification, Kieran. This is just App Store review. This is making sure that you conform to Apple's guidelines. It's making sure that you are not breaking any of Apple's rules and you are allowed to be on the App Store. Now, we get to the final thing with all of this, and this is a key reason why Coppice was not released on the App Store, or rather why the App Store is secondary. And it's sort of related to release. Risk. I built Coppice. I spent about a year building the first version of Coppice. Some of that was part-time, but it's about how long it took. What is the risk that when I get to the end, I will be able to still release Coppice and sell it? With Paddle, zero risk. Once you've been accepted with Paddle, there's zero risk there. But if necessary, like I could not go with Paddle, I could go with another payment processor. I'd probably have to handle more stuff, but there are many options out there. What about the App Store? There's a risk that Apple will just outright reject it. Like it's a new app and they say, this sort of app is not allowed on the App Store because of certain features. Like Apple blocks certain functionality on the App Store. This is why apps like Nova from Panic are not on the App Store, because Apple will not allow it. There's certain features, like Panic could remove certain features from Nova and it could get in the App Store. But those are features that Panic wants to have in, and Apple won't allow it. I had an app, Code Collector Pro, that I eventually sold off. And part of why I got burnt out and dejected with my first attempt at being an indie developer was because Code Collector Pro was on the App Store and it was doing fairly well. But then Apple brought out a rule that you could not use the accessibility APIs. They introduced all the sandboxing stuff, you could not use the accessibility APIs. So the app that was just fine on the App Store suddenly was no longer fine on the App Store, because Apple changed the rules. And one of the key features of Coppice was that you could hit some hotkeys and it used the accessibility APIs so that you insert text, insert your code snippets that you were storing in Code Collector into the text field that you currently had selected. Now, Apple has changed it now, where you can use the accessibility APIs now, but back then, this was very early on in the Mac App Store. They basically changed the rules. I think it was after like 6 months or a year or something, and they disallowed that. So I couldn't really be on the App Store anymore. They'd still allow the apps to be there. You wouldn't be able to update them because the new versions would be rejected. So there's a risk there. The app that you can put all this effort in and Apple can just outright throw you away. Now you can't get away from that risk with iOS. You have to take that risk on. You can invest months, you can invest years and just get nowhere. And this is why, partly why you do not see as many big apps on iOS. They're generally a lot smaller apps. Or if you do see bigger apps, it's either an app that has been ported from another platform or something that is very similar to an app that has been ported from another platform. Why? Because of the risk. If you build a small app, that's only going to take you a matter of months to build. And losing a matter of months, okay, it's painful, but it's a few months. But these bigger apps can take larger teams years to build. And it is so much of a risk. So if you can bring something from another platform where Apple is, maybe it's a Mac app that is on the Mac App Store and you know it's past app review on the Mac App Store, so you bring it to iOS, there's a good chance of that. Or if it's something that's similar to an app that's already there, then you know you've got a good chance. Though even that is not enough, because Apple is now rejecting apps outright, new apps outright, for being too similar to apps that are already on the App Store. Even if they have some unique selling point, they say, we've got too many of these apps on the App Store already, and they're rejecting it. Even if the bulk of the apps they already have on the App Store are crap, and yours is really good, there's a chance they may just reject it because of the numbers. So there's so many risks involved. So why did I not do the App Store? Well, my initial plan was to be on both, but there was a lot of work to support them both. And it got to the point where supporting Paddle's APIs, because another key thing is Apple's subscription APIs, in terms of talking to the back-end side of things, they were nowhere near as good. I mean, one thing they were missing when I released Coppice, they would not send you a notification when a subscription renewed. They'd send you all sorts of different stuff, and you had to sort of infer that a subscription had renewed and go and check with them. That's like a core feature of a subscription API, and they didn't have it. They do have it now, but they didn't have it then. So that API wasn't as good. There was much higher risk. In terms of releases, there was a longer process to get approved. You don't get refunds. Another thing in that is you don't get a way to see who has bought your app. With Paddle, I can know, okay, this person has bought the app. I can verify that. If someone emails me with a problem, I can verify that, okay, this person has bought the app. There's no way to see that with Apple. Now, there are privacy things that you can certainly say, okay, Apple's way is better for privacy. But is it? They can make a private version that protects users' privacy while still letting me work out have they bought the app. They have lots of restrictions. The marketing, sure, it's a little better, but not that much. So they're not really offering much. They claim to be offering a lot, but they're taking a lot more. Anywhere from 2 to 4 times what Paddle is taking in terms of their cut. And they're offering less. So at that point, it was sort of, I'll push on the App Store thing. Now, when I started Coppice, I always had the intention, I want to bring this to the iPad. So everything in the backend has been built on the assumption that I would add App Store support one day. And after this current version of Coppice is done, the next version of Coppice will be on the App Store. Like, the whole next version of Coppice is about bringing my backend up to work with Apple's APIs for the App Store, to bring Coppice to the App Store, to do things such as make sure all these buttons and all these links out do not in any way link to something that could hint to someone that they could go through a payment system that gives Apple zero money and me a bigger cut. It's far beneficial for me for people to buy through the website, but I cannot tell them that. I cannot even use the emails. No, actually, they may have changed this now. That's kind of iffy on it, but certainly not before this year. Prior to this year, if you require someone to sign up and got their email and use that email to market to them, and your marketing email to them said, "Oh, you can buy through the website," you'll be thrown out the App Store, thrown out the entire developer program. I believe now they're changing that where you can potentially do that, though I'm not entirely sure. It's a bit iffy. People have been querying the wording. But it's just one of those things of, I'm going to be doing all these things. It's also part of marketing because, as Tanasu says, it does help. People could find Coppice and then they could naturally go to the website and buy Pro through the website. But one of the rules that Apple does allow you to do that. Apple allows you to have a service you are selling through a website and allow people to log in. But if you have that thing, that really needs to be a way to buy it through the website, through the App Store, for Apple to really allow that. So what I will be doing is allowing people to buy through the App Store, and that's fine. It's adding something on, and especially with the 15%, the actual difference in cost is not that much now. It's $1.50 that Paddle's taking versus $3 that Apple is taking. Now, the big problem is all of the additional hassle and effort. But Paddle is just simpler, and especially at the time when it was a 30%, it was like 4 times the cost for far more hassle and not much benefit. Now the equation is a bit better, and because I want to bring it to iPad, I need to do all this work anyway. I'm going to have to go through this anyway. And when I need to bring it all, like make all this work, I might as well make it work on the Mac as well. So the step is make it work on the Mac first, and then I can go and do the iPad version, because then I know that the payment for the App Store side of things works. There are other benefits now. Apple have updated their APIs, as I say, on the back end, so it's a lot better to talk to my website, my web server, to give me information on the state of a subscription, but also their APIs in iOS and on the Mac called StoreKit. They have StoreKit 2, which is a lot better. So the general technology situation is also a lot better. The policy situation is a lot better. Still not perfect. There's still many things that they should do so much better, especially for the amount of money they're charging. But it's generally better now than it is, which is why I'm now going to be bringing it to the App Store. Now, this is one of the key things. The whole reason I have an account system is I want someone who has already bought through the website to be able to say, actually, I want to download through the App Store in future. But I don't want them to have to cancel their subscription and rebuy on the App Store. So by having an account system, they will be able to log in and actually use Coppice in the App Store. Because I can say, okay, you've already got an account or whatever, and you can activate on the App Store. I just can't let them buy it. They can use what they've already bought. They just cannot buy it or be told they can buy it, except through the App Store. So they can activate. This also means that if it's on iPad, they will be able to activate it on iPad. They won't need to buy it again, which is fantastic, because I hate having to buy a Mac version and an iPad version. As a developer, I understand the reason for that, but I prefer if I have the option to buy it on one and get it on multiple platforms. So that is what I'm going to be doing. That is what I'm going to be offering. But the other key thing is, what if you buy on the iPad through the App Store, but you want to get the Mac version through the website? Well, the Mac version can't talk to the App Store. So why I have the account system is that you can buy through the App Store, connect it to your account, and then log in from a website version and still get Coppice Pro. So by having an account system, even though it's a bit more complex, and requires just a little bit more for the user, and some of that stuff I'm going to be simplifying over the coming months. There's another part of wanting to allow people not to have to sign up for an account until they need to manage things. But by having that, you can buy from my website, you can buy from the App Store, be that my website or the App Store on the Mac or the App Store for iPad, and then you will be able to use wherever you've purchased it from, use it on any platform from any source. I just have to be careful, make sure that in the App Store versions, so the Mac App Store version of Coppice and the iPad version of Coppice, I in no way link to or infer or give any sort of indication that you can buy it through my website, because otherwise I'll be rejected. So I've got to be careful there, but it is allowed. And I think that offers the best experience, because I'm giving the best experience to my users, because they can buy on one platform and use anywhere, even if it's not through the App Store. Or they can buy outside the App Store and use it when it's in the App Store. And Apple is happy because anyone who downloads through the App Store, there's no indication that they can buy it anywhere other than the App Store. So it should all work out just fine, but there is a risk that Apple may reject it. So we will see. It's why it's good to do this on the Mac first, because I can see, is Apple going to be okay with this before I write a full iPad version and then find out that Apple's not going to be okay with it at all. And then I have to start changing plans of how I'd monetize an iPad version. Of course, conversely, this does mean that I'm not going to be doing too much on my website to highlight that you can buy it through the App Store. Like for the iPad version, I'll say, okay, you can get it through the App Store, but you can buy it through the website. You can get Coppice Pro through the website. I'm not going to be linking on the website. If Apple won't let me link in the App Store apps to my website, then I'm not going to be doing a huge amount to push them to buy through the App Store on my website. It goes both ways. So hopefully that gives an indication of why I'm not currently on the App Store, why I'm going to be on the App Store, and just how much of a pain the App Store is. And it could be so much better. It could be such a fantastic thing, but it is just a pain. Right. So where were we? Just want to get these tests done. And once they're done, we'll have another quick break and then we will do some modeling. Yeah, hopefully that answered some questions and was informative. Or, I mean, there were good points all around, so... Let me press that. Right, where are we? Undoing ads canvas page, back to canvas. Yeah, I've my cup of tea is nearly cold. My cup of tea that I made, well, about an hour ago now. Right. It's good that it was of use to people to hear that. I mean, it's one of those things of, I think people, like developers, need to hear different points of views on it, but people who are not developers and don't release apps need to hear about how it works. I mean, this is the other thing, that Apple doesn't let you say that they take 15% or 30%. Facebook tried that, and Apple said, no, you're not allowed to do that. So you are not allowed to tell users the deal you have with Apple, at least in nowhere in the app. You cannot say, oh, you're buying this and 30% will go to Apple on your purchase page in the App Store. Even if you don't sell it anywhere other than the App Store, you're not allowed to do that. Because people are not allowed to know that Apple is taking 30%. Because if they did, they might start asking, well, why is Apple taking 30%? Right, where are we? Creates all child pages with the same ID and property. Oh yeah, the EU will probably change this at some point. In particular, the EU does not like big companies bullying member states, and the whole thing with dating apps in the Netherlands, where Apple was sort of not really treating the competition authority in the Netherlands with respect. It's a bit of a mistake on Apple's part, because it's like, it's a small country, and Apple's like the biggest, richest company in the world. I mean, what are they going to do? I mean, they're not going to run away to they're part of the EU, and if things go bad with them by being part of the EU, it gets referred up to the EU, and so you generally don't want to do stuff like that. I mean, the EU is good at forcing the matter when they get round to it. I mean, we can see that with the whole USB-C thing, where that law is effectively forcing Apple. Everyone else is on USB-C. So for charging, and it makes sense, because USB has been the charging standard for ages. USB-C is still relatively new as a port and has many advantages. There's no size disadvantage to it. It's capable of lots of power, capable of lots of data transfer, so it's a solid port. I mean, there are 6 of them on my Mac of those ports, because they can be anything from USB 2 speeds, they can be just power, they can be Thunderbolt. Now, there are problems with the fact that it can be all those things. You need to buy the right cable and everything, but it's a good thing, and it just forces Apple to say, okay, come on, iPhone and your peripherals really should be USB-C at this point, because the iPad is, your Macs are, there's no reason not to support that. But yeah, Apple, hopefully the EU steps in. They will, I mean, South Korea has apparently raided Apple's offices over there over competition issues. So that because it's not actually deleting. This is a good opportunity. The cert. Cert equal. Controller.canvas page. Because these tests should be failing at this point. So all.count is 0, because this should now fail. You have to go, okay, thanks for popping in, Mr. B, and hopefully you have a good rest of your day, and hopefully may the rest of your week be blessed with as few meetings as possible. Here we are. This test is failing now, so we're going to throw this around here. Because what these tests are doing is we're deleting and we're undoing. But if you close and don't actually delete and then undo, well, you've done nothing. So of course they're going to pass. So we need to make sure that the state after we close is what we expect. Otherwise, we're not testing undo redo. Right. Yeah, canvas page collection to all count 0. Okay. So these should all fail. Then what we want to do go here and we're going to add some links in. What parents say. There we go. They all pass now because we are now correctly deleted. Now we do want to make sure it assert equal self.modelController.canvas link collection.all.count is also 0. We'll just copy that and paste. And then what we want to do the same IDs and properties. Adds them back to the canvas. Gives them all the same properties. What we probably want to do is copy this and make sure it recreates the links. Oh, this is going to be canvas link controller. Child 1, that's child 2. So we're going to assert equal that the canvases are the same. Undone link 1 dot source page is, we can check that the ID is self dot canvas page the ID, destination page the ID is equal to child1.id. I'll do the same here, but with 2, 2. You correctly connects all parent-child relationships. So that fails correctly because we no longer do parents, and it is replaced by this, checking that all the links are recreated. So we build and run. Build and run the whole test class. Failing then. That we can delete because we don't actually need those. We just need the links themselves. Here we want to make sure Canvas link collection also gets rid of the links. Okay, so we're all passing. Don't need those. Okay, so we've got 25 failing tests. 8 of them are standard hover event ones that we just don't have. Five of them are delete comes page and all children, so that's all to do with the parent-child relationship. And then a bunch of Canvas layout tests. And then finally we need to create our hover context tests and our hierarchy build and restore tests. So I'm going to take a short break. I need to rehydrate after that long conversation. And nip to the loo. So I'll put this on break. I've run some ads during the break, so feel free to go get yourself some refreshments and step away from the computer for a sec. And when we get back, we will switch over and do some work on the overlay. So see you in a few minutes. Okay, I am back. So let us fire up Blender. So I have been doing some work. I've got paneling on the walls. The windows all have frames. So what we have left to do is work out paneling over here. And what I might be inclined to do is this light strip, put another light strip along here and just have panels of potentially another column. These walls, I'm not sure what I want to do. Part of me is tempted to like put consoles along here, but I think what I may do is get the paneling in, get the screen sorted out, and then get into Unity and see if we can start getting this actually into the overlay properly. So if I select this, probably want this go along here like that. Let's bring these in a bit, and then I want to Alright, so we stick that there. We can actually get rid of also walls. I want to select all these. Let's get rid of the walkway as well. Select all those, just shift them up a bit. Select all these. Onto that, and down a bit. And then I want to select that. That probably. There that I need to be. Where is the walkway? Yes, it is. Okay. So if do that and then I show that, hide the roof again. think that looks okay. So what I want to do now is actually want to delete those. This wants to be probably about there. Okay, so I want to put that down a bit. That's a bit better. Alright, so we'll bring those there. Those across there. That there. These. I think this can work as a single. Right. Not entirely sure what I think about the panels going like that. I think I will. Let's just select the finger across there. I think that will do. It's going to be behind the camera anyway, so you're probably not going to see that stuff. Okay, so what we need to do is let's add a camera. There. Right. What I need. Bring this along here. And then is it yeah, 0. So in here, field of view. What is the field of view that I have in Unity? Let's open the stream overlay and have a look. Missing prefab with okay. So 22.1 22. Okay, so can we actually this along here? Well, that's a fair point. Unity. Screen focus cam. It's just perspective. I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as the screen fills space. Okay, so before I do any final stuff, in fact, no, I am going to stick the pillars in now. Right, so normally what will happen, right, those move to collection screen. Left pillar, right pillar. So what the idea is a lot of the time the screen won't be there, it will just be these two pillars. Which I may shrink in size, something like that, so you'll be able to go through. I may even make the pillars not extend to the full height, but then the screen will appear between them as sort of a holographic projection screen. So then I can turn the screen on and off. So you haven't missed much, Kieran. I'm just adding a pillar, tweaking the camera position here. I think that's all looking good. So this got there. Okay, so let's save this. Go over here. And things are appearing. Fantastic. Let's play and go and have a look around. Right, so we already have some problems. Wall over there is missing. And obviously I shouldn't be floating. Well, that's something that we can fix relatively easily. Yeah, so what we're going to do is back in Blender, just take this, select all, and normals should all be facing inside now. So if I save that and go here, that is now appearing. Or is it? No, it's still not. Add interior details and let's hide outer wall and the roof and the window frames. Okay, so all the normals are pointing in. So why? Oh, is it? Has it moved? I need to put out a bit. Okay. All right. What do we? We're going to have to break these colliders up. So the bridge, right, so to create empty parent. Conference. In the conference room, I want to. Is there? Of hierarchy. That hasn't really helped. Is there a way with Unity Blender import collection? Okay, I probably need to put them into empties or something like that. Find some other way. So, what I want to do is hide the roof. I'm just going to hide that. And then we can hide most of the window frames. If we just hide the top ones for now. Okay. So what we want to do is we should have ship doors here. Drag another ship doors out. Oh, got some normals going wrong there. So those. Okay, back to Blender. Now, back here, we should hopefully be able to see the floor. And that should be enough. Finally out for a walk for the first time in days. Sun's only a couple hours away from setting too, so the skies will be very nice. Yeah, I was wanting to go for a walk earlier, but I didn't because, well, I didn't have time. Right. What materials do we have? What material is... We have to wall the bridge using ship base. So if we drag ship base onto there, that lightens that up a bit, and we'll drag ship base onto that. That needs to shift back a bit. Okay, next thing is our colliders. So if I select colliders, what do we have? We have this right wall collider that I'm not sure why it exists, because we've got a floor plane collider here. Let's disable the floor plane. That has a rigid body as well. Anything else does. Wait, that's a rigid body. If I press play, I turn this off. Okay. That's because there's nothing there. But if I turn this on, then turn this off. Okay. We don't need that. What we do want to do is create an empty bridge, well, we'll just call it gliders. What we can... yeah, so colliders, there are things inside we can throw into there. All of those colliders we can delete. And then we can have the general structure collider. So we can have top floor. Actually, no, it'd be the bridge floor. So the floors probably need to be per thing, but the walls, like in terms of the basic walls, we could just do floor. And what we'll do is scale this down. Now, this, I'm gonna want a glider. So where is... glider. No, floor there. And duplicate that over to conference room, which should have it in there. Create empty parent. Glider. So we've got floor, and that is going to... I could do mesh colliders, but on the actual things, but this just feels potentially better. Wish you could manipulate the meshes more. I mean, I suppose. Yeah. Let's duplicate this and go up. Now, can I cheat here? And then I want to duplicate this. Scale it down. Where? Oh, this is curve. Left. Why is it rotating it so weirdly? Or is it just an optical illusion? No, it's not an optical illusion. Let's delete. Oh. Or rather, why is this so? Oh. Why is it at such a weird angle, what is rendering it like? Let's delete. Let's in here add 3D object cube. Walkway left. Like, why is the cube not a cube? Wait, what? Why is that scaled? I may have to start recreating this from scratch. Get this working. Okay, let's see if I can just get the basic proof of concept working, and then I may need to do some of this off stream. What I may need to do is get to the point where I don't import via, like, I just recreate the whole thing from scratch. I don't want to do that. And I will duplicate. Alright, let's see. I may be able to just start adding some, splitting things up to add simple colliders and stuff on using Blender. Well, let's see. I'm going to turn the mesh renderer off and turn the mesh renderer off. We should have colliders. Oh shoot, I've done all this in play mode. Well, it's a good job I'm recreating it, so let's just test that this works. Why is the screen on? Yeah, like I say, it's a good job I'm completely going to redo this. Oh yeah, because it's just hidden. Turn that off. So I should be able to walk along here. Walk along. Come round. And come down. Walk all around here. Don't want to go too far because I'll drop off the ship. But then I can go around. So all looking good there. And then I can go back up. Hey, it works, it works. My colliders work. Of course, if you watch what happens here, I can pass through the guardrails and fall down. But that is something we can do. But yeah, I need to do stuff with cameras and all stuff like that. Because with the camera we have at the moment, I'd turn off stage during play. Probably want that sort of up. Actually, not that one that we want. It's probably this one. So if I was to go here, and where's the follow camera? I'm meant to be looking at the Pokebot. Why is that follow camera not following the Pokebot? Oh, because the aim. So what I want to have happen is walk along here, and then as I come down, it should come down with me. So really I want to tie the Z-axis to the bot. And I can go in here. Okay, I would say that is a success. But of course, I do that and all my work gets undone. But I'm going to have to completely, well, redo all this. Anyway, I'm going to basically delete all the ship stuff and just do an FBX import rather than using the Blender importing. Just try and get by with that now, because I'm having too many issues with the, like, having it update. It's really convenient as you're building things out, but I think I just need to lock things down so that I can stop adding proper stuff in to do like proper colliders and all stuff like that. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's see who we may have streaming. Oh, ADHD Designer is streaming, so go and say hello to ADHD Designer. So let's get that set up. If you've not been before, ADHD Designer has a great co-working stream. Let's see, where are they on the... Oh, they're currently on the break, so it's a perfect time. So, well, a break from working. What we will do is head over there. I want to thank you all for coming because we've got a lot done. We've been very productive, got a lot of tests done. We've managed to get the new stuff into Blender. We'll probably be doing some more on Wednesday, though I may play a bit more tonight and tomorrow night to see if I can get things set up for us on Wednesday to play around with camera stuff, hopefully. If I can get it all in and all the collides and everything working, we can maybe play with camera stuff, and maybe by the end of Wednesday's stream, we can even switch over to using the new setup. So that would be cool. But yes, I want to thank you all for coming. Thank you everyone who has stopped by, and hopefully you have enjoyed yourself, enjoyed the essentially boring part of writing tests, but the interesting part of how the app business works and the fun part of doing Blender and stuff. But as always, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your week until I see you again 6 p.m. UK time on Wednesday. And as always, happy coding.